Hello, welcome everyone to, I forgot my fan's on, Marathon on Mondays. This has been a morning, but we will get through it. I have a lot of stuff I was trying to get done today and to prepare for everything that's happening. I also have a doctor's appointment today. So even though today is Marathon Mondays, we typically go for a long period of time, 1 hour long sprints. We'll still do 1 hour long sprints, but I will have to end early afternoon for me in order to make it to my doctor's appointment. And that will put me behind on my needed hours to that I want to hit every day. So depending on how the doctor appointment go, I have a new doctor. My old doctor had left out at the end of last year, and this new doctor just came in. Depending on how that goes, if I feel peopled out or whatever, I may come back into a pop-up sprint because I still want to try and hit my hours or as closest to my hours as I can get today. I know I won't hit all 8 hours like I normally want to, but we'll get partially there. All right. So what are you guys working on today? I know for anybody who's new here, my name is Shanon. I write under the name of SC Huston. And I'm the author of A Curse of Wings and Gems and A Curse of Scales and Feathers. Yeah, it's been a morning. Everything I'm trying to get done. So let's see how you guys are. Devin was first in. Good morning. Happy Monday. I was like, what are you guys working on? So I forgot to say what I was working on. I think I'm going to start with doing the next round of revisions. I started them yesterday during the Charmed Chats. In that writing sprint, I started doing my next round of revisions on my novel, A Curse of Spice and Smoke, which will be the next book in my series to come out. In this round, I am specifically looking at my Omega reader feedback. And I got through like 3 chapters last night in 30 minutes, but I know it's because part of it is like I've revised those chapters. I don't know if anyone else who writes longer works, if this is something you run into, but I tend to like rewrite my beginnings over and over and over again. Like the first 20 chapters or so are at roughly 30,000 words. I rewrite it. I'm constantly revising it before I'll move forward in the draft. And I've talked about that a little bit, how I'll count each of those as like a draft when I'm drafting them, because usually if I'm revising quite a bit that it's going to change something I've already done, then I'll start over again and then only pull in certain scenes. So, but I've already done that quite a bit with this draft. The first like 20 chapters I have revised a lot. And I could see that in Story Origin, because I use Story Origin for my readers. And I could see whenever you upload a new chapter, if it's like a replacement, like say it's a new prologue, but you already have a prologue there. So you just upload it as a new prologue, but to replace the one that's there in the lineup, it shows you all the drafts that you have. And I have like multiple drafts for the first like 20 chapters in this story, which tells me that I probably won't have a whole lot of revision to do. I've probably already taken into account a lot of what my Omega readers have said. And 2 of my Omega readers have read like every version of every chapter. So I'm sure I've already included that feedback on previous drafts. So I'm just looking at the most recent draft and what people are saying on that for my Omega readers. So it's going really quick so far, but probably once I get through between chapter 20 and 30, that's when I know I'll start having to like really dig in and do a lot more. And so I think it's going to continue to go quick probably for this first sprint. I want to get some words in today. By February 28th, I want to be finished with all of the personal edits for Dagger. I mean, at least it's a done book, right? It's nice to have it done. And now it's just edit time. Good morning, Shanon and Devin. Happy Groundhog's Day. Oh, I forgot about that. Phil saw his shadow this morning. So that means 6 more weeks of wintry weather. We were cold today. It was 29 degrees when I got in my car. And it was frosted. Oops, wrong button. I didn't even mean to hit a button. There was frost on the windows, but not as much as it was last week when it was only 31 degrees out. So 29 degrees, and we didn't have as much frost, which is kind of weird. But over the weekend, we had some of the coldest weather we've had here in a long time. And we have a well water as well as city water. So our city water is for our house, and our well water is for like our sprinkler system. And the pipes busted over the weekend on that. So I made sure I took care of what was inside the house. I totally didn't remember that we had a different system set up for sprinklers. My husband deals with that. They busted. It was flooding our backyard. It flooded our 2 neighbors around us in their yards. So I had to go and shut off the well water. And then he said that he can easily fix those pipes. So yeah. Devin. You spelled it wrong. Yeah, and sometimes I've sent messages to Devin like on Discord or text message, and I'll speech to text, and speech to text refuses to spell her name right. Most of the time I catch it, but every now and then the wrong one will get through, and then I have to go through and edit. I can't edit a text message, but I can edit on Discord. First stop is the college to how far I am away from AA. First stop is the college to how far I am away from AA. I don't really know. I don't really know what this means. I think I lost whatever it was because you were talking about getting so many edits done for Dagger. Here, I feel like you're moving. You're actually like getting up and moving, going to a college. And I don't know what AA means. I just think of Alcoholic Anonymous, but I don't think that's applicable in this situation. I'm sorry, I don't know what that means. Hello, autocorrect. Good morning, all. It's been forever since I spent with y'all. Hello, Kendra. It's nice to see you. Hope all is well. I finished my workout, stripped my bed, put sheets in the washer, drinking my smoothie, and contemplating vacuuming before taking my shower. Probably better to vacuum first and then shower versus the other way around. But, I mean, it can be done. My doc left, too, and I get to meet my new doc on the 4th. Eek. Yeah, this week is like I'm so glad that I didn't have that many people sign up this week for the Charm Chats because today I have the doctor's appointment and Wednesday we have an IEP meeting. So it's like there's a lot going on this week. But yeah, the next Charm Chats will be on Thursday. Yeah, it's on Thursday. Hello, hello. How's it going? It's been minutes since I've seen you too. I hope all is well with you. And are you working on anything today? I need to get trying to get my book open to the right week and I don't have it open. There we go. Okay. Oh, hello, Barb. How's it going? Good morning, all. Working on YouTube comments first, the Substack posts. Oh, you have a few YouTube comments I need to reply to. I haven't done that yet. I really need to make some progress with my latest novel today. Okay, fingers crossed. Do you have a certain what are your parameters, or do you not have parameters? Is it just you're just gonna work to what you can get done? New docs are so hard. I get to relay my whole history all over again. I know, right? Yeah. That's the way I feel. And I'm like, oh, okay. And what's this doc going to think? Because doctors have different experiences. And I've had some doctors who, when I start telling them all the stuff, they kind of look at me with skepticism. And then I somehow prove to them hello, this is what happened. I don't like those types of doctors and I tend to move on. So I'm hoping that that's not going to be like this type of doctor. I'm revising my 7-book series. Wow, finally. I'm about halfway through the first round on book 1. It sounds like a lot of us are doing revisions and edits today. Joanne, hello, good morning. Happy Black History Month to my fellow Black author friends. I don't need to rewrite my drafts unless I get a new cool idea, but that rarely happens. But you plan, right? Do you outline? I know you plan your social media, but I feel like when it comes to writing, you don't outline. And I'm pretty sure I've asked you this question, and I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on it. I'll be working on chores as well as some admin tasks today. And happy Black History Month. Good morning, Tish. How's it going? I don't know. Is Elsa still going? I have it pulled up here. Nope, Elsa finished. I could not. I was so behind on everything I was doing today. And I left my fan on. I don't know if y'all can hear it, but because I like it cold, but I figure it makes a lot of noise. I actually have 3 fans in here. And I shut off the 2 that are on the floor, but I forgot to shut that one off. And I also have a portable air conditioner because I figure it probably makes a lot of noise. What was I have no idea where I was going. Y'all, I am all over the place today. Speaking of cold, even when we dripped our faucets, our well pump froze. Oh, it did. So even if we had maybe had the drip going with the well lines outside, it probably still would have froze and busted. How are you all and what are you working on? I'll be working on chapter 24, Project Sugar and Spice, as I took a break from writing this past weekend. Sometimes you need to do that. Yeah, I'm not really writing on the weekends. I did the half-hour sprint with the Charm Chats last night. I'm using my weekends for admin since I'm doing so much during the week. But my niece Emma turns 22 years old today. She's a Groundhog Day baby. Oh, well, happy birthday to your niece. Blah. I'm going to go to college. Oh, that would make sense. Associative Arts and AA, and you said college. I should have. See, my mind is not there today. I don't know if I should be doing revisions. It's probably not the right mind to use on this day. I should do something else that doesn't take a lot of brain power. So I'm going to the college to see how far I am away from Associative Arts. See, I thought you were physically moving, you're going to go to the college to see how far away it was from you. But then you said from AA, and I thought from Alcoholics Anonymous. Oh my gosh. Yes, I'm in Florida too. It's still 32 degrees at 9 a.m. Bizarre weather. I'll be walking in the afternoon when it hits 40. Yeah, I don't know what it is now with the sun being up. Says 34 degrees now is what we're at. Are you in the Florida Panhandle, or I mean, you don't have to tell us where you're at, Barb, but if you want to share, you can. I don't really typically share my city, but I am in the Florida Panhandle. Happy birthday to the niece. Ah, there is Elsa. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Hope your stream went well. Yes, Barb and me lives in the yeah, lives in the Panhandle, Florida. Thanks for telling them, not me, telling them about me. This is gonna be a wild ride today. This brain is not working. Thanks, Devin. I forgot that. Thank you so much. I have around 15K to write to finish the book. Want to get it done as quickly as possible to that can get the edit done and get it to my readers ASAP. It's the last book in the series. Oh, okay. Oh, I bet that's a good feeling. Of course, it'll feel so much better when you get that 15,000 done, right? No outlines for me. That's what I was thinking. You're a planner when it comes to your social media, but you don't really plan your writing. Plants are all the way. I know some things that need to happen, but that's the extent of planning. See, I don't know how you can do that. Then you never have like an idea pop up. And you're like, oh, this is so much better for the story. But I mean, this idea has been in your head that so if you guys didn't know, Devin has a whole series. And it's about 5 books. And it's been in her head for a really long time. She published the first book a couple years ago, and it was actually the 5th book in the series. And now she just published the first 2 books in the series. And I think The Witch's Dagger is the 3rd book, right? I think I have that right. Because you had The Witch's Sword and The Witch's Mirror. And The Witch's... Maybe I'm missing something. This brain is not working today. Oh, thanks, Devin. And happy B-Day to your niece from Joanne to Kat. Your niece is 22. Oh, yeah, it's on 2-2. Love the symmetry. I love that too. I love numbers. I didn't even think about that. It is 2-2. And it's 2-2. Oh, that reminds me of a short that I've seen with Gabriel Iglesias. And he went to go get a gun. I think it was during the COVID era. And he didn't really know a whole lot about it. And so he was pointing to one gun in the case to the owner or the person who was running the counter. And he says, I would like this one, the 2-2. And he was like, you want a 2-2? So it's a funny bit that reminds me of that. I always think of like 2-2, like ballerinas wear a tutu. For me, the outline is more of a guideline, planning all the foreshadowing, intrigues, and such. For the rest, it's all free. And hello, Beth Ann. Hope all is going well with you. How are you guys holding up with this weather? I'm in Orlando. I'm a Disney file. Gotcha. Something else I just learned is like when people, people think about like the Walt Disney World, Walt Disneyland. How do you remember which one is which? And then you actually have the city abbreviation in the word. So like Disney World has OR in world. That's Orlando. And then Disneyland has LA in the word, and it's in LA. Actually, I don't know if it's in LA, but that's what I heard, that it was in LA. I did go. I think it is in LA. I went there, but I was like pregnant, and that was so like 20 plus years ago now. Joanne, hello. Pastor Shanon, more coffee and sharing coffee in the chat. I appreciate it. I got my 2nd cup here, but this brain is just like, it's jumping. We got home from Central Florida and South Carolina, came home to 6 inches of snow and a lot, and a low of 4 degrees Fahrenheit. I live in Southern North Carolina. It should not be this cold or snowy, crazy weather. It is crazy. Yeah, bad ideas. Publishing my last book helps a little bit. Yep. Mirror, sword, dagger, shield, crystal. Okay. I was like, what is the last book? It was your last book was your first book. I was like, what is it? I can't remember it. Shield is probably going to take me a minute to remember as well, because you haven't talked about that one as much. Mirror releases on the 10th, by the way, but newsletter subs get all 3 books now. Sword comes out on March 10th. Ooh, that's not too far away. In case I forget, well, March, that's next month. I have a book coming out on March 16th. That's The Florist Budding Desire, which is also from my Kickstarter. And Sword is from from your Kickstarter. So that's really cool. How have you been? To Elsa from Joanne. Disneyland's in Anaheim. Ah, okay. So what I heard then was not quite right. But it was a YouTube short or something. So I was just listening to it. But it still does help you remember like closer to where it's at. So Disneyland does have LA in it, which is part of California, and Anaheim, California. So you can kind of remember that. I think the other one, it doesn't really work as well. I don't think now it's in Anaheim and not LA. Is Anaheim close to LA? Because I remember I was pregnant and I didn't drive, and this is why I don't really remember it. But I was in the military. I was stationed in Washington State, And my good friend, he was from LA. So we drove down there. We went to, and I was like 7 months pregnant, so I didn't ride any rides, but we went to Disneyland and visit a bunch of places. Yay, coffee. I'm doing good. I've been working on my world building, Need the Correct Meal Times. I've been working on my novelette, which is now officially a novelette with 15,000 words in. And I'm not ready yet with the story. It might turn into a novella before long, isn't it? Isn't Anaheim a suburb of LA though? You've got me. I don't know as much about the West Coast. Um, Thanks, Joanne and Barb. Thanks for pointing that out. I didn't catch the symmetry. It's so cool though, isn't it, Tutu? It's closer to San Diego than LA Disneyland. We're doing geography too early in the morning. Yes, Anaheim is 30 miles away, close enough to LA. Gotcha. Okay, so it's close by. All right, let's go ahead and get this first sprint going here. I think a 20K is officially a novella. It's not going to be novelette anymore. But all right, 1 hour on the clock. Find the right tab. Here we go. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. Good luck, everyone. Okay, that is time on the first sprint. How did you do? I'm actually making pretty good progress here. I don't know if I had seen some of these comments or if I was just in my first revision pass, I picked up some of these things. And some of these were just like missing prepositions that my Omega readers picked up. And then other ones I had to really like dig into. I added 69 words in revision. I started with chapter 3. I'm now in the middle of chapter 9. So again, I think these first few chapters are going to be really quick. It'll be once I get into the 30 chapters, the 30, like 31, 32, that kind. Because I think I've revised a lot of these chapters over and over again between the beginning of the novel and somewhere in the 20 chapters, the series of 20s. So, well, lots of comments. Let's see if we can get through these quickly so we can get back to it. As a reminder, or for anyone who came in after I spoke it, so today is usually my long day where I'm trying to hit 8 hours total of writing. And I do not have that ability today because I do have a doctor's appointment. So I will be ending early afternoon so I can go to my doctor's appointment. And if I feel like I have energy still or whatnot, I might do another sprint in the afternoon when I get back. I'll be toward evening time. So I don't know if I'll do a sprint like online or not. I'll probably still be working on stuff, but I guess it's just however I feel coming from that. So yeah, let's catch up with everyone. Left off with Kat having just come in when we went on that sprint. Is it? Well, novella, it might become then. Yeah, word counts for the different types of like novels and stuff, whether you have a short story or novelette or a novella. I think they kind of fluctuate quite a bit, but I've often seen that around 20,000 words is where novella starts. But good morning, Adeshle. How's it going? Are you working on anything? It's all one big city, if you ask me. LOL, San Diego, LA, Anaheim. Oh, wow. Runs into each other, huh? Great to see you as well. Good to see you here as well, Kat from Elsa. Yay, that's awesome. Congrats to Elsa. Thanks, Joanne. Woot woot for your story, Elsa. Can I ask what's it about? Yeah, hopefully she'll tell us. It's fantasy, and she's really big into the world building. It's really awesome listening to it. I didn't really get a chance this morning because I had a lot of stuff going on. Thanks, Adeshle from Elsa. Joanne, how's the writing, editing going? Adeshle Go Fly takes place 10 years before my main story. I know she said this before, but looking at it, I'm like, the Tegrenay. I'm trying to remember how she said it. Chronicles is a story of brothers bonding, essentially, and some betrayal in the mix. But it's fantasy, right? It's an event that's being referred to in the main series several times. Oh, fun, fun. It certainly is. There's seeds in the story for the Tegrenay, I'm probably saying it wrong, Tegrenay Chronicles, and also for the Confectioner's Journey, which also takes place in the same place I can't say. Confectioner's Journey sounds like sweets to me. Are these stories already out? Nope, not yet. Go Fly will be the first story that I'm going to publish. It'll be free for all the subscribers in my future newsletter. The Confectioner's Journey is indeed about sweets and treats. Well, you've hit on Adeshle on this one because he's a foodie, but with loads of things going on. But he does prefer baking, if I remember right, over like cooking. Hello, Paige. Good morning. Workout first. An article for a partnership. Sounds like you have a plan. That was about an hour ago, so hopefully you've got some of that done. Cool, Elsa. And then good morning, Paige. Sounds like fun. Mars, hello. Morning. Made friends with the like button. I appreciate that. I'm super tired. I'm apparently making typos. Working on my suspense novel project. I'm not crazy. What a great time to do it. I felt like I'm pretty crazy this morning because my brain is not working right. Like it's going high speed, but it is not on the right track. So I was having all kinds of issues this morning. Just trying to just go live. I don't even know what happened the first time when I started. I was within like 5 minutes of going live, and I got it all set up, and I was like, wait, I can't change anything. Like in the background for StreamYard, I was stuck on my podcast background, and it wouldn't change it. And I was like, what am I doing wrong? And so I just had to shut everything down and bring it back up again. It was so many things going wrong this morning. But yeah, but I promise I'm not really crazy either. We'll be project crazy today and be project not crazy tomorrow. Hi, Andy. How's it going? Bonjour. Like button. Booped. Thank you. Appreciate that. Emma, hello. How's it going? Has everyone remembered to boop the like button? Thank you for saying that. Love your project name, right? I'm not crazy. Mars, that sounds intriguing. Yes, it does. Hello to Andy. Morgan, hello. How's it going? Are you going to... I know sometimes you've gone on Mondays. That's another thing I was going to see who else is sprinting when I get back from my doctor's appointment. If you're sprinting you do typically go later though. And I'll see if you guys are sprinting. If anyone is sprinting, then I won't sprint. But if there's not anybody sprinting, I'll probably do a sprint when I get back. Had a great workout. Now editing an article. Should get done within 10 to 15 minutes. And they need to fix my Substack profile. Ooh, you're not able to fix it on your own? Like it blocks it? I feel like Kickstarter's like that too. Like once you put everything in, like you can't fix it without sending them like an email or something. And I'm like, this is kind of crazy. Excuse me. I clicked on it. Didn't make word count progress, but figured out what's wrong with the scene. Well, that's always a plus. I'm working on and why I'm stuck. Currently making a plan as how to improve the scene. I'm doing that too. As I'm going through, I'm thinking of things I knew I want to revise, but since I'm trying to concentrate on just my Omega readers' comments right now, I'm just making notes off to the side. Okay, come back and do this. Make sure you do this. So that will be my next round of revisions. Actually, I think my next round of revisions will be from my critique partner, Morgan. So I'll work on that. Would be my 4th round of revisions, and then the 5th round, I will go through and attack all these notes that I've left myself for things to like reinforce or whatever. Hello, says Miss Page to Adeshle. Kendra says, I made about halfway through a chapter. It's a pivotal scene, so it's taking me longer to nail it. Yeah, sometimes those scenes really need like that extra care and time to make sure that it works, especially if it's a pivotal scene. So hugs to Andy and Emma from Page. 254 words. Awesome. Nice word count. Yeah. I don't know. You are you're editing, right? Yeah, that's pretty good for editing. Oh wait, did you say you're editing? Oh, I've lost it. I don't remember, but I know a lot of us are editing and revising today. And then Kat says, so I did not vacuum or shower during that sprint. I transferred my sheets from washer to dryer. I also had to respond to an email concerning a project I'm doing last week of February. Ooh, sounds like a secret project. You don't have to tell us, but hopefully you'll be able to make some progress on vacuuming or showering on the next one. But yeah, at least you still got stuff done, right? And how do you do that? Like too, like I do not like to take a shower when I'm doing clothes because I guess it depends on what load you're doing. Because right, is it colors you're supposed to do like on warm or cold water? If you do whites or light colored, it's better to do hot water. And then I don't know. I don't like how our hot water heater works in this house. So we have a bathroom that's actually closer to the hot water heater that it stays hot for a long time in the shower. But I don't like that shower. I like the one that's in my room. But then it doesn't stay long. And so I have to like, don't do dishes. Don't do laundry. Let me take a shower first. But yeah. Okay. Yep. It's all fantasy. You forgot to say that part. Hello. Oh, I think it's supposed to be just laughing with Miss Page. Gotcha. Thank you all. I hope I do the name justice. Hi, Emma, and hey, everyone who I haven't said hi to. Plus, had to send a text to my friends about meeting prior to our scrapbook retreat this month. Shortest month of the year, and have way too much to do. I feel like that too. Baking versus cooking. I prefer eating. I think that's the majority of us as well. I don't know. Joanne might prefer baking over eating. I don't know. I love to read the confectioner's journey someday. People like my cakes, so I enjoy sending them. No, I'm not sprinting today. Okay, cool. So I don't have to worry about overlapping with you then if I decide to do it and I get back. Adeshle, oh, that's awesome. Sending them with the other half to work. And thanks so much, Joanne. I will announce when I start writing that series. Hooray. I mean, Adeshle might want to read that too, right? If it's got food. Joanne. What's your process for Omega readers? Like, what do you ask them to do? Oh, so my Omega readers was born out of a couple of my readers. There was 2 of them that said, what are you writing on the next book? Are you already writing it? When's it going to come out? And I'm like, well, I'm writing it right now, but it's like rough draft. They're like, can we read it anyways? I'm like, sure. And then there was I had a 3rd reader who was like, she was talking about something else, one of my other works or whatever. And she's like, I really love all your stories. I just want to read all of them. And then I offered to her, I said, well, I've got these other 2 who said they really want to read what I have. It's just like really rough draft stuff. You're welcome to join them if you want. So that's how I got my 3 Omega readers. And because I figured that they just want to read it because they just want to read it. And all of them have been like beta and alpha readers for me. So they kind of approach it from that perspective in which they're giving me story notes. And 2 of them are really good at pointing out any typos or miswords or whatever. So what my guidance on the Omega draft was 0. Like I did not ask them to do anything because two of them were just wanting to read what I had. Now, what I decided I would do, and I did this with most chapters, I would say, like I have like 3 versions of the prologue. And so I'm looking at my critique guidance on this, and it says, I think this new prologue has everything it needs now. So I don't remember what the other ones to see with the version 1 of this prologue. What did I say? Oh, it didn't go there. Yeah, it didn't show me what version 1 had. So I don't know what I said on the version 1 of the prologue. So I include like what I think I want to get into the scene, what I think might not be working, what I think works really well, what I'm proud of. So I don't include all of that. Those are just different things I think of when I'm writing a chapter. And then I might just put in the critique guidance, I just put my thoughts about it. And then sometimes I put something like that connects to another chapter. Let's see. This is chapter 4. I think this chapter is good as well. With all this said, with what I'm envisioning for the end of the book, some of these chapters may get updated, especially with those with her order. Won't be a huge difference, but I think I'm going to need to build in a few lines to foreshadow. So like I'm telling them things I'm thinking of doing. And then sometimes I just give them like behind the scenes kind of stuff because I'm not sure I remember what chapter that was. I know there was one chapter in here where it's you are with Nira, the main character, and she goes to water her marigold. She has fire marigolds as she grows. And I don't remember what chapter that was. 2, 3. Whatever. And so I put in there, like, I think that was the first time I kind of mentioned to my readers that I use either marigolds, lilies, or roses in my stories because it's all in reference to my first series I put out, the Irish trilogy, because that was built on 3 sisters that were named after flowers, marigold, lily, and rose. And so I always put one of those into my books or my stories. So I think it's the first time I told any readers about that. Like I've said it here on the channel, but I don't think I really have readers here on the channel as much as, just other writers. So my actual readers, so I was like, hey, by the way, the reason why I have marigolds in here is because of this, because of the 3 sisters from my fantasy trilogy. So I'll just do like little tidbits like that. So there's not really anything I'm asking them to do with the Omega readers. But I mean, like I said, 2 of them really good at picking out typos and any grammar issues. Usually it's not typos, but most of the time I'm missing a word. And most of the time it's a preposition. I have issues with prepositions. I use the wrong prepositions or I don't use them when I need them. So they're really good at that. But I don't know if they answer your question. I think I went like all around, but I think I might have answered it. I've mostly been thinking, says Elsa, I haven't quite discovered around what time of day Go Fly actually starts. Does it make a difference for the story? Not like I'm rushing to edit a book or anything and will then be asking people to give feedback. Maybe, yeah, nothing like that here. Now, what I do for like beta and alpha readers is that I ask them, it's mostly story stuff. And I tell them, you don't need to pick out any typos. You don't need to pick out any grammar issues. And I say that, but still people will do it. But I tell them that if there's issues with the story, it doesn't make sense for me to edit a chapter if I'm going to get rid of the chapter anyways. So I always tell them I'm looking more for story stuff. But here's a tip that I do that I've learned this with my first book when I switched over to Romantasy. With that first book, I had heard this tip, and so I always use this tip, which is I'd love for you to also point out any lines or passages that you really like, and I may be using these for marketing purposes. So that way, I collect all of those lines and I put them into a document. So I have a huge long document that I put together for my street team, and I also did it for my art team this time around. I just took out stuff that they didn't need for the street team portion, but that way for the art team, they also, included like all the places to go review, included like the name of the book, where to find it, and the blurb, a short blurb. That way it kind of helps them, if they want to like pull anything from that document, they can, or reminds them of something that they read in the book that they didn't mark down. Like, oh yeah, I like that line too. And then they can include that line in there. So I use all of that. And then of course I always think I'm going to use all those lines for marketing purposes, but I don't typically always do. So, but yeah. Oh my God, my partner's house used to have that hot water problem. We were always fighting over who took showers in what order, etc. Yes. And they finally got a big water heater when my brother and I moved out. Nice. Yeah, I told my husband already. I was like, when we build our house, I want a big water heater. I want a big one because he actually likes cold showers. So he has no issues, but I have issues. I can't even get to the point of shaving my legs and it's already turned cold. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I want some warm water. Just warm would be nice. Reading food stories. Yes. Kat says, yeah, I don't shower when I wash clothes either. The project is the spring educational tour at the Columbia Theater. Oh, I help out in the fall and was asked to help out again for the spring. Oh, you stay so busy in your community. That's awesome. With friends of the library and then the Columbia Theater. You're a people person, aren't you? Beth Ann, hi, good to see you. How have you been? Well, I guess I should ask what your beta reader guidance or critique partner questions are. I think with Morgan and I, gosh, we don't really have like specific questions that we ask each other, but we know like we tell each other like, oh, I feel really good about these chapters, or I feel a little iffy about these chapters, or like I'm trying to think of like the last time, like I think the last chapters I sent her, I told her that they were among some of my favorite. I expanded a scene that didn't go through my Omega readers. And so I asked her if she could like, pay attention to that scene and if it made sense and stuff like that. So it's just like areas of concern. But then with my beta readers, my alpha readers, I don't ask specific questions unless I do have like a major question about something. I'm trying to think. And that, I think that just comes from like if I was sending out my first draft to a beta reader, my first draft ever, I probably would ask more specific questions, but I don't really ask specific questions. What I always say is, let me know your gut feeling for the story. I think that's my main thing that I say. What do I say? I could go back to a previous one here. For Curse of Wings and Gems, beta draft, I'll choose a chapter. And what did I say? What's your gut reaction? Anything confusing? And then I put, can you leave a comment on any of your favorite lines and or passages from this chapter? I would love to use those for promotional purposes. And I think that's the blurb I use on every chapter. So yeah, because when I think of beta readers and alpha readers, I want to make sure that the story makes sense. And then what is their gut reaction? Because a lot of beta and alpha readers, they're just readers. They're not writers. So if you're like, I thought about, having a different POV here and, or whatever, if you start getting into like the nitty gritty that we know of like writers, like, I feel like I don't have enough sensory description in this area, but I don't want to overload it maybe with just 2 sentences. I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that we would say that readers would be like, what? Like, I'm just reading a story. So I guess I look at it from that perspective that I just want to know, is the story working? That's pretty much all I do. We visit area schools and the actors perform a scene or 2 for theater classes. Then my friend Sue and I lead an acting workshop. The theater hired a new education coordinator, so we will be helping her out to see how it flows. Does that mean you're acting too? You're like actually acting? You're definitely a people person. So telling them what you're thinking of doing behind the scenes stuff is cool. Yeah, they think it's really cool too. So a lot of times you're like, who cares what I'm thinking about this scene and behind the scenes? They don't care. But I've learned with my Omega readers, they really like it. They think it's really cool when I'm telling them like, oh, here's what I got. So like they're reading my next set of stories, of short stories, of the novelettes that I'm publishing later this year. And one of them, it's a Flicker in the Fire Scion. They're trying to get a phoenix egg. And I don't want to give too much away, but that phoenix egg actually has an impact on a curse of spikes and smoke. And it was a conversation I'd always had. It was a conversation I first had in my head between Zane and Nira about her family, because she has 17 sisters. And there's a very specific reason why she has 17 sisters. And I always thought this conversation would come up between Zane and Nira, and they would talk about that. Well, it actually comes from this phoenix egg in that novelette, but I never got that conversation into the novel. It just didn't make sense to have it anywhere. I feel like they're still going to have it, because they'd be like, how do you have 17 sisters? Because first of all, the Summer Fae have reduced birth rates. And we learn in A Curse of Spikes and Smoke why, because they're under a curse from the Moon Fae. When they were wiping out the Moon Fae, they cursed them. And so they have reduced birth rates. So how did her father have 17 or 18 children? Because she has one brother. And then her, that would be 19. So how did he have 19 children when the Fire Fae and the Summer, all the Summer Fae, so it's Fire and Sun Fae, can barely have a child? How did he have that many? Well, it comes from that phoenix egg. So I always thought that would be like conversation between them, but they don't ever have it. But so I had the conversation in my head for a long time, and then that's where the story came from. So I told my Omega readers that at the end of the story, I was like, by the way, this is where this was supposed to somewhat fit into the story later with Curses, Spikes, and Smoke, but I never got that in there, and they just thought that was really cool. So, yep, I read that part. Hi, Joanne. Pretty good, says Beth Ann. January has been a little crazy with work and the big storm on the East Coast, but all good. How are you? Star and prepositions. I know. Me and prepositions don't get along very well. Yeah, I need to reach a certain scene in a later chapter, and I need to be quite a lot of people. There needs to be quite a lot of people. So I need the right time of day, and from there I need to work backwards. Okay, so it's very specific. Okay, gotcha. Well, hopefully you figure it out. Good luck. He likes cold showers. I know. I don't get it. I have read that men do prefer colder showers to women. And it's not that they feel it as like cold so much as that hot water, like women like really hot water for showers and for their body temperature or something. I can't remember what it was I read, but it's like, it's actually, it has to do with biology. Like women's hot showers are actually way too hot for men. And they actually do feel it's hotter. So yeah. My husband does cold blasts in the shower, sometimes on purpose, sometimes when I turn the water to cold for the, oh, Emma. LOL. The thing is, he is so lovely to me, and then I pull stunts like that. I have a goal of acting in community theater one day. I always wanted to try acting. I don't know if I can. Yes, I'm also an actor. I did not know that about you. That is amazing. Read beta readers as readers first. That makes sense. And so you just have them respond with their gut feelings per chapter. Yep. And do you give them an overall response at the end of the story? I do give them questions at the end. And in Story Origin, if you guys ever decide to use it, at the end, you can, one of the things you can add a chapter. So putting your book on Story Origin in the review function, you can add chapters, and then you can also add a questionnaire. So I do the questionnaire one at the very end, and I can't remember what I did for that. Let me see. For A Curse of Wings and Gems, what did I put? Oh, I did. Well, I didn't do it. I didn't do it for my beta readers. I wonder if I did it for the alpha readers. Alpha. And I may not have done it for Curse of Wings and Gems because, I did do it for my alpha readers. So I think that by the time probably I got through my beta readers and their comments, I didn't feel like I needed to have it. So I said, okay, let's start with general questions for the novel. What's your overall gut feeling for the story? Do you think there are any inconsistencies, whether in the story or characters? Were there any characters, sections, or chapters that didn't add value to the story? Were there any parts of the story that felt unnecessary, could be made more exciting? Are there any unanswered questions that should be resolved in this book rather than waiting for the series to be completed? Because it is part of an overall series. Does the novel, and this one is for marketing purposes, does the novel remind you of any other authors or books? So when they can tell you then basically what some of your comp titles might be. And then I put, okay, my personal questions, and I put biting nails. And I put how my critique partner, not Morgan, this is a different critique partner, found Edmar so unlikable that the critique process did not continue. So I was worried about his character arc, which goes from positive to negative and back to positive. Did you experience a similar reaction to Edmar? If so, was there a specific point in the story where you felt like you were struggling to continue reading? I want readers to experience his growth, but I don't want them to abandon the story because of him. So that was a really long question. The book has a lot more going on than any of my other standalone novels. It sets up more of the series' main conflicts. I'm worried it might be too much. What do you think? Any parts that were too much, or maybe parts that needed more explanation? And then I put many of the readers who signed up to beta read the novel never made it past chapter 2 or 3, and I revamped the prologue. But do you see or have any suggestions about the fact that these first 3 chapters, which may have turned readers off? I feel like I'm missing something, but I'm not sure what it is. So, and the readers did a really good job of giving me lots of information, what they thought. So I don't know if that helps any. So that was from my alpha draft before I went to the beta draft. Yeah. And that's awesome, Kat. Correcting prepositions takes up most of my editing, especially this time around. Morgan, acting is lots of fun. I did act in a couple of plays when I was in high school, but I found it was not really for me. I took one acting class in college and had so much fun. I auditioned for a play in high school, but didn't get the part I wanted, so I didn't do it. Regrets. Oh. I don't think I ever got any parts that I auditioned for. I always got a different part. I was in 2 plays, but in one play I played 3 different characters. And they were all side characters, so very small parts. I got the hiccups. Thanks, Adeshley. I also like performing improv as well. For these acting workshops, I get to use my improv skills for the theater games. I'd have to see this one day. I want to see it. I probably will never get a chance to, but I'd love to see it. All right, let's go ahead and get to our next sprint. Wrong button. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 3, 2, 1, and good luck. That is the end of the second sprint. How did you do? I had it 115 words and made some good progress. There's a couple chapters here where I stopped and had to add a lot more, but I say a lot more. It wasn't really a lot more, but there's a lot more words than what I had the previous time. So this is chapter 15. I'm almost done with chapter 15, and I think it was the middle of chapter 9. So it's actually still really good progress. I think it's about the same as I did the first time around. So yeah. Check in with you guys here. I left off with talking about Kat doing improv and acting. And Adisha said I got to do improv as part of a class. It was great fun. And then that helps things. Oh, okay. I think that was in reference to him asking about my my guidance and guidelines for beta readers and whatnot. And it's time for me to get into my coffee. I need another cup of coffee. I probably would do that at the beginning of this next sprint. But that is awesome, Adeshle. Yay, I'm home. Time to fill out some college thingies. Did you find out, like, are you close, somewhat close to your AA? And then I saw that Kat was streaming. I went to go, I had no music or anything for the first sprint, but I have a playlist. I always have like a specific playlist that I'm playing when I'm working on different books. And I thought, oh, I kept having the same song in my head. I was like, I might as well just go play the song. So I went to go get the playlist from YouTube that I set up. And I was just in that, and I saw Kat was streaming. So dropped her link in there. I stopped in and said hello to. For some reason, I can't write in my office room, but I can write in my bedroom on my bed. Not sure why. Is this like a today problem? Or is this like usually what happens problem? I would love to actually use the room I set aside for my office. I actually read something about that. Gosh, it was a while ago. I don't remember everything it said, but it like people who work from home, like having an office space, especially if you're creative, may not always work. And I can't remember what it said. I feel like what I remember was that it didn't work for most creatives. It works fine for me, but I was admin for like many, many, many years before I taught college English and literature. So that's what I did in the Army. I was in the Army for 7.5 years. And then I worked for the Marine Corps doing the same job for 3 years. So I don't know, I'm used to being at a computer, and I would write as doing my admin job. Whenever I had a free moment, I would write, type. Because admin was so boring and easy. When I started teaching, I couldn't write anymore. I wasn't sitting at a desk anymore. So I think I kind of missed that. So it works for me. But what I remember what it was saying with the psychology of it is it doesn't work for most creatives. So again, I don't know if this is like a today problem or if this is what you usually run into. Checking with Kat. Awesome. The literary eclipse. Hello. Oh, yes. Also, Alicia is sprinting right now. I saw that like last minute, so I stopped in there and said hello and then went to writing. So I did not grab her sprint link, but she was also sprinting right now as well. If you guys want to go over there and hang out with her. Hi, welcome in. How's it going? Yes, and I think I didn't say welcome to the channel. I'm assuming you might be a book reader, booktuber or whatnot. I don't know if you're working on reading this morning, but you're free to share if you want. You don't have to though. Hey, Joanne, I'm good. It's great to see you here. How are you? Doing pretty good. Just revising chapter 24, Project Sugar and Spice. Wowza, I just realized my internet has been super slow and I was about 20 minutes behind the live. Oh boy, it happens. I can be on the channel watching. I have a dual monitor, so I'll be on the other monitor, like doing something else, my writing or whatever it is I'm doing. And I'm watching a live stream, sprints usually. And I'll realize I'm behind by like several minutes. And I'm like, oh, well, no wonder like they don't ever get to my comment before they're going to the next sprint. So YouTube. Hello, Swank Scares. Welcome to the channel. Howdy, everybody. Happy Groundhog's Day, right? And we're supposed to have like another 6 weeks of it. Happy Embolic. Happy Tater Tot Day. Ooh, now I'm like fiending for some tater tots. And happy Hedgehog Day. And that's awesome to Literary Eclipse. Devin says so much paperwork. At least now everything is digital. Handwritten forms start to hurt the wrist after a while. Yes. I read. I don't have the best vision. I read 51 pages of the book I'm reading. Nice. That was a really good sprint for you then. 232 words. Well, I say that because I can read fast, but not 51 pages. Yeah, I don't think so. I think I can hit close to 40 pages in an hour. And I don't know if you're here for the full hour even. So that's a lot of pages. 232 words for Mars. Took the pup out, made the bed, started dryer and a dishwasher, and did a pickup around the house. Very productive and got words done. Nice. Hi, Swing Scares. And that's a lot of days to celebrate, isn't it? It's a lot of celebration for the day. And Kat's niece's birthday as well. 2-2. On 2-2. Put blanket and washer, called accountant to schedule an appointment, but had to leave a message. Still trying to coordinate a meetup with friends. Checked in on comments in Discord. Wow. You don't have a headache yet? It's like a lot of admin stuff in there. I start getting headaches after I do a lot of admin for a day, especially if it includes like messages and emails. Yeah, and I think I remember you talking about the accountant. I don't know if it was you. I think it was someone else on the screen. It was on Saturday morning. One of the other ladies you had on your channel. I can't remember though. And so that maybe it was you who said it, where the accountant was taking some time off this month. So you weren't even be able to get it all done. Kat, I agree. Improv and acting are so much fun. Kudos to you for contacting to perform. Yeah, she's just a lot in her community. I was like, you have to be a people person for sure. Tater tot day. I like to know how to make tater tots. Well, I've never made tater tots, but I do like tater tots. Made another cup of coffee. That would be me on this next sprint. I've been struggling for a bit and just noticed the connection today. I was magically able to write when I went back to the bedroom. See, when I go to my bedroom, okay, I say this is really weird to say this because my office is set up in my bedroom. I have a really, really large bedroom. Like I have this full like L-shaped wooden desk that's really, really heavy. So there's no moving it really. You have to take it apart to move it. And got my chair here, and I've got a bookcase on the other side of this bookcase. You can see a bookcase is part of my desk, but there's another bookcase next to it. The next to that, it's a short bookcase. The next to that, I have a plant. And then I have a rocking chair that's really big and plush with a footstool and another office chair. And then dressers over there, and then the bed. And then I have a cabinet that I have all my Kickstarter stuff that I put into. And I still have plenty of room to walk around. So it's a really, really big room. So if I go sit on my bed to write, I go to sleep. So I had to sit at the desk so I don't go to sleep. But Music, you had good music playing at the end of your stream yesterday. Oh yes, that is, I don't know, I'm into this artist right now, and I want to go find out more about it because she seems like she's not very well known. She's on YouTube. It's called Yaga the Witch. It's her YouTube channel, and that's her artist name is Yaga the Witch, and it's EDM music, which I'm like I've never followed EDM before. My brother loved it growing up, so I've heard it before. But she had a song, Wild Thing, that came out, I don't know, a little while ago, sometime last year. And I really liked the beat and everything. I was like, okay, cool. And then she had a song come out called Kiss and Curse. And there's lines in that song that are perfect for A Curse of Wings and Gems. So I was using that for some of my, what do you call them? Reels, stories, probably both. I don't know, on Instagram. So I was using it there. And then I thought, I want to use another song. And that one's called Midnight Taboo. You hear male singing for most of the song piece that's in the intro and outro, but it's her music, and she just has a male who joins her on some of the songs. I believe she's Latin because some of her songs are in Spanish, and it says Latin EDM on those tracks. But yeah, I've listened to like almost everything on her channel. I really like her music. So she has like 66 subscribers here on YouTube. So I was like, oh, well, I'm subscribing because I love the music. But I can't find like an image of her. It's all AI images for the like the cover for each of the songs and stuff. And she puts it in there that it's AI images. So, but I'm like, okay, I hope I'm listening to a real person. I think I am. I don't think it's AI songs because the voice is the same. And she changes it slightly from one song to another, depending on what it is. And I can hear the little inflections and then hear what's the same little things that she's doing. I know it sounds weird because I'm partially tone deaf, so I'm sure there are things I'm not hearing, but yeah. Anyways, yes, that was the reference to that. I forgot I slipped an extra Zoom meeting to chat with. Had slipped an extra Zoom meeting. Oh gosh, that thing's bugging my nose. Zoom meeting to chat with a girlfriend in between my normal Monday commitments. I was over 40 minutes late to an hour chat. Oh, it's a good thing she loves me. Yeah. So you just had a short chat then. Morgan says I'm at work. Made some progress on that. I'm exhausted today. Oh, I hope that you feel a bit better I don't know if this is one of those days where you can get that back again or not. Yay, happy birthday to them. Read pages per hour. That's awesome. Another great skill I wish I had. I think I read pretty fast. Like I had to read that book really fast for Emma for the charm chats last night. But then I was reading 3 other books at the same time, and I think I was like mixing up some facts. I think she caught me on one. She's like, no, they're only 30. I'm like, oh, that's right. Yours is not immortal. There are immortal people in her world, and I felt bad after that. But I think I've got the other one straight. I can't work in my bed or bedroom, even though I keep trying to. Yeah, I fall asleep. That was Lori's accountant. Okay, I knew it was somebody's accountant. Someone was saying like how they were taking vacation for the rest of the month, basically. And like, wait, I have taxes to do. On a slightly different note, Masterclass has classes on food. Just found some info on keeping baked bread fresh. Ooh, yeah, you could drop the link. Oh, can I drop the link? Could you drop the link? Yeah, me. If you go to my charmed chats, actually, because her music, you can use her music. Oh, Cat's done. So I can just go from here to view my channel. So you can use her music for different things. That's why I used it for my intro and outro. And you just have to give her credit. So I credit the song and her. I think I just put the link to the song. Where's it at? There it is. Yaga the Witch. Let me just go to her page. Her YouTube handle is Call Me Yaga. All right, here's to her page. Maybe reach out to them. I wouldn't know what to say. I like her music. Yep, we had a good short chat. I'm sorry you forgot me. Yeah, I've been there. I've done that before. It feels so bad. But like you said, at least she loves you. All right, let's go ahead and get started with the next 1 hour sprint. This will take us 11, 12. Yep. This 12, come back, 12, 1, 32. So this might be the last 1 hour long sprint. Because I need, at the latest, I have to be done by 1:30 to make it to my doctor's appointment. It's 1:30 Central Time. So we come back from this, it'll be nearly noon. Oh, yeah. So it just depends on how long we talk. We could do another hour, but it might be 45 minutes depending on how many comments there are. So, so 3 short sections to edit on the article because overthinking. So I'll keep working on that while I'm in class this next hour. Good luck, Paige. Okay. Find the right button. Oh, I just saw someone pop in. Gwynna! Hi. We're getting ready for the next 1 hour long sprint. Okay, finally found the right button. And we'll get started in 3, 2, 1. No, there was no countdown on this one. Wait. What is going on? Is this even showing? Okay. It didn't start at the 1 hour mark. Hold on. There we go. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Okay, that was the end of the sprint. How did you do? I added 53 words in revision. I made it to chapter 26. So I'm getting close to, these are still revision chapters that my Omega readers are reading. So I'm getting close to a time where I won't have any chapters that I had already revised. This was part of what I still had revised. Actually, chapter 26 is the last one that I had revised and given to my Omega reader. So starting with the next chapter, chapter 27, I've not revised any chapters since then. So it might take me a bit more time to get through each chapter. It's made pretty good progress so far for the day. I started on chapter 3 and I just entered chapter 26. So, and I'm trying to make myself concentrate on just my Omega reader feedback because I have left like little notes in the margins already on on some chapters already. And like one I came across, I'm like, what is this? Like, there's nothing about this in the chapter. Oh, that's right. Because sometimes when I think of something that I know I need to do, and I don't want to forget it, wherever I'm at in my novel, I would just put a comment, do like a comment, use words, a comment bubble, and say, don't forget to do this. And it may have nothing to do with the chapter. It's like probably like earlier in the book or later in the book even sometimes. So I'm like, okay, I'm not supposed to be concentrating on those comments. I'm not supposed to be looking at comments to myself. That's the second to last revision I'll be doing. So I need to just concentrate what my Omega readers are saying. But yeah. All right, let's see how you guys did. Looks like I left off around here with a page saying this is going at the beginning of the last sprint that we just did. So I have 3 short sections to edit on the article because overthinking. So I'll keep working on that while I'm in this next class. And Gwenna had come in and said hello. And Gwenna said, going to rest my head for an hour and then we'll hop into homework and continuing education stuff. Hopefully you're able to rest a little bit there. What to say? I like your music. Sounds like a good intro to me. LOL. As writers, we know how awesome someone liking our stuff is. Yeah, that is so true, Adeshale. I mean, I could leave a comment on the music, right? I listen to music on a different account. I don't use my author account, and because I don't want to be served up. Because I watch shorts, and I watch shorts on that account, and that it gives me the content that I'm looking for. I don't want content about writing when I'm just watching shorts. I like science stuff, anything science, biology, chemistry, whatever, and recent, research and things like that. But then I also look at things like Has Been Hotel. Like I look at reactions and stuff, and so I get a lot of stuff about Has Been Hotel right now. I guess because we just finished watching the 2nd season, but and then what was that? Oh, and then music. And that's where I set up my music playlist. So I feel like if I go on there, I think my name is like Mrs. W, because that was an account that I made when I was teaching. And I did one gamified semester in which they went and watched all my lectures in video and then came to the class to do the work. That's how you it's kind of like flipping the classroom, but it's gamifying it as well. And so I had to take all my lectures I had ever done and make them into videos. And I put them on YouTube because at the time, this was back in 2015, 2016, I think. That was like the best place to put videos for people to go watch for free. So I made the account and I would have my students calling me Mrs. W because my last name actually starts with a W. And I thought, I don't want anyone saying my long last name or messing it up. I go by SC Huston. Huston is part of my last name, but not the beginning. But people often don't say Huston. And that's why people ask me why I went with the pen name. And I was like, because I get only one name wrong. Instead of becoming Sharon Huston, I'm SC Huston. So, yeah, so I don't know. That'd be kind of weird. I don't know. But yes, I know what you're saying, Adeshale. It makes lots of sense. I should go leave a comment on her videos. Oh, perfect timing. Awesome. Hi. Hey, Gwenas from Adeshale. Hi, Adeshale. I have to request my transcripts, unfortunately, so I don't know where I'm sitting at in credits. Oh, okay. So Devin was trying to figure out how close she was to getting her Associates of Arts, and went down to the local college, and so I had asked, well, did you find out? And she has to get her transcripts to find out. And not everything is taken. I mean, you're previous military, but I went to college like in all my duty stations, and I'd go from station to station, and I'd take night classes. And so by the time I left the military, I only had a couple classes left to get my associates, and then I was able to go right into my bachelor's. But I would get to a new college and they're like, oh, well, we'll take this, this, and this, but we're not going to take this. And I'm like, but then I have to take this class. I think like speech was one of these. Like I didn't need speech at the first college I went to, but you had to have an introductory class to being a college student at that one. which they didn't take that one. And they said I had to have speech in order to go for the AA there. And so I had to do speech where I didn't have to have speech at the other one. And I was like, oh my gosh, I wish these colleges would be like more in line with each other. So, but yeah. Anyone ever have lines from your whip stuck in your head even after you wrote them, even if they aren't good? I have these 2 lines in my head that won't leave. Maybe they need fixing. I have no idea. Or maybe they're just really good. I mean, you say they're not good. I don't know. I typically have lines from a future whip stuck in my head. That is so very, very much true for the book that I'm revising right now, A Curse of Spikes and Smoke. Because this is the 3rd book in this. It's a standalone and the 3rd book in the series. All 3 are standalones, but they're non-linear. They all take place at the same time, and the brothers actually interact with each other from each of the timelines, or from each of the stories. Sorry. So it's the same timeline, but they each interact with each other, and so you get updates of the other brothers' stories and what's happening. And so in order to write the 1st book, I had to know what was going on in the other 2 books, so that when the brothers were together talking, that what they were saying was going to make sense for their story later when I went to go write the book. So the 3rd, and it's just the 3. There's going to be a 4th book, but that's going to kick off a linear series. And the first 3 have to be read before the 4th one can be read. And there's just 4 brothers all together. But so I had to know what all 3 books were going to be about. So from the moment that I started brainstorming the 1st book, because I always do a lot of brainstorming in my head and I write down stuff. That was around March of 2022 when I started brainstorming stuff. And then I wrote the 1st draft in June of 2022 of the 1st book. And so I had to know what was going on in the 3rd book. So since then, I have been having conversations in my head. The characters are saying things, and like there's certain lines that just over and over again, they would say over and over and over again. And now that I've actually written the book, now the lines are not there in my head anymore. So I have a different problem. So mine are future whip lines, and almost every single one of those made it into the final draft, which is interesting because I often think of lines for future whips, and then I go to write them, and they don't end up in the story. They're just candy for my imagination, basically. But most of these made it, so it was really cool. The lines, all by himself, just the way it always felt. Project I'm Not Crazy. I liked it. Oh, Devin, are you going back to school? Hey, Shannon. Hey, JC. How's it going? Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. I am. It started off kind of bonkers. My brain was not working. Like I wanted to go out at 100%, but my engine in my head was like at 58%. It's like, we're going to get there. We're just not there yet. Now I feel a little more settled. But it was really bonkers this morning. Hope you're doing all right. Hopping off, time for lunch. That was like 15, 20 minutes ago, so I missed you. But thank you so much for being here, Kat. Thanks for your sprints. Have a great rest of your day and evening. Around 206 words written so far in this stream. I've written almost 700 words. Nice. That's a good word count. Gwenna, I am. I want to finish my Associate of Arts and do my own copy edits and boost my creative writing. I need to see where I am, though. My original degree was for retail management marketing. Ooh, I was just talking about this with my trainer, my gym trainer. So my gym trainer is actually, he's got his degree, whatever they call that when it comes to the body, is something or other. And he actually did like an internship with like physical therapy clinics. So that's why it makes him a good gym trainer, because I have a lot of injuries from the military and then from falling down a mountain after the military. So anyways, we were talking about what we were doing, and I don't remember how we got on the topic of marketing. He just started a podcast with a friend of his, and he was talking about how to reach audience and stuff. I think that's how we got to marketing. And he talked about this class they took on marketing when he was in his undergraduate degree. And I was like, I should have been smarter and took a class on marketing. And he was like, yeah, he says, it wasn't even part of my degree. He said, I just took it because I need to fill an elective. I was like, that would have been the same for me too, but I should have took it. And I think probably thinking back to what I was thinking then, I was like, marketing, when am I ever going to need marketing? So I think marketing is still, could be interesting. Maybe as a, what do they call it? Well, for associates, it's just one degree. But if you go for your bachelor's, right, you have your major, your minor, or you could double major. But if I don't take another math class, I'll be super happy. Well, if you go for, it depends on where you're going. I think Southern New Hampshire University, which is where Gwen is going, you can get a bachelor's in creative writing, and you probably wouldn't need any math classes other than just the requirement of the college. That would be really cool. My bachelor's was in psychology, so we had to have at least statistics. Literary Eclipse says, perfect timing. I just finished reading the chapter now, 102 plus. That was another 51 pages. Wasn't it 51 the first time? That's a lot. I'm not a numbers person. I swear I have dyscalculia, math dyslexia. I'm a numbers person. I just don't add and divide and subtract and multiply them right all the time. I should write today, but I don't know if I'm mentally there enough. That's why I'm reading. LOL. It's still book related. I mean, sometimes you're in the mood, sometimes you're not. More editing, says Adeshle. I'm noticing some style and grammar traces I'm not sure I'm happy about. Oh, yeah. I noticed some changes in my writing style in this whip that I'm writing. And I'm like, I used to never write stuff like this before. And I was like, where I must have been reading something at the time that I was writing it. Because sometimes reading stuff will kind of, what do you call that? Like inform? No. Persuade? Nope. Would push you? No. I can't think of the word. Yes. Whatever it is. I can't think of the word. I'm really still trying to think of it. So I was like, I must have been reading something that like did a sentence structure like this one, because I was like, this is not my normal sentence structure. So I changed it to my normal sentence structure. Only one of my mega readers picked up and said, this is kind of a weird sentence. And I'm like, yeah, that is kind of a weird sentence. Why did I do it like that? The other two didn't. They're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, do I want to go through and change all of this? Yeah, what about college accepts what credits? That's why I stopped going. We moved too much with the pre-com. I had baby 2 in Washington and stationed 2 years Mississippi for 1 year, California for 2, and now Florida. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I kept on going when I was in the military because it was free while I was in the military. So I was like, you guys are paying for it, so I'll keep going. It wasn't until we got stationed and until I got out. And we thought we were going to be stationed for a while in Virginia, and I was able to finish my bachelor's there. But then I started applying to PhD and master's programs there, and then we got ordered suddenly to Hawaii. So then all my plans went poof. And then I changed over to creative writing for my master's, which is probably better. Although Mondays can be like that, Shannon, starting off a little bonkers. Yeah. My youngest is 2.5 years left in high school. Might as well finish. Yeah. So like when he graduates with his degree, you could graduate with your degree. Oh, that'd be cool. Okay. It's 12:08. Restyle was reading some stuff on sentence structure, and yeah, I'm not sure I'm a fan. Informed works just fine. Yeah, but I was like, there's a word for it when someone you're not trying to like copy them. That it's like they inspire what you're doing, but in this case, it's not still not the right word. Influenced. There you go. That's why I was thinking informed, because it starts with an N. When you're influenced by other writers. And I know some writers, they say, I think Morgan might fall into this camp. I think she said this before, that she has to be careful what she's reading when she's writing because it will influence the writing. I don't know if I think that's what she had said before. But I've heard that from other writers as well. And it typically doesn't affect me. But when I read that sentence structure, I was like, oh, that's not my normal sentence structure. When I was like, and I'm back. It was a good nap. Yay, I'm glad it was good. I barely woke up in time. Well, we are going to do, we actually have a time to do 1 whole hour sprint left. Double graduation. Yeah. I was trying to think, yeah, my husband and my oldest son were going to college at the same time. And my husband got his AA, but my son dropped out and joined the military. So, but they would have graduated around the same time too. Influence. Yeah, they would have influence. Is that what I said? I think I said influence, possibly. I think I'm going to run for food this next one. Well, this will be my last sprint. I typically do like to go longer on Mondays, but I have a doctor's appointment. So this will give me, I can do one more 1 hour sprint. That'll take me to 1:10. My doctor's appointment's at 2. Only takes like 10, 15 minutes to get to the doctor's office from here. So, but I may have a pop-up sprint when I get back because I have to still get my hours in. It just depends. It depends on where my mental thought space is at and how much energy I have. So sometimes going out the house and going into public, and it's a big building for the medical center and everything. I don't know. We'll see how I feel. So I might do a pop-up. I may not. I don't know. Let's go ahead and get going with this last one. 1 hour on the clock. If you have to leave out, thank you so much for coming. For everyone else, 1 hour, one last hour to go. In 3, 2, 1, good luck. All right, that was time on the last sprint. For anyone who might have come in at the end here or before we went on this last sprint here, I typically go a little bit longer on Mondays, but today I have a doctor's appointment and I need to wrap up pretty quickly here because I'm going to have to be leaving soon. I added 36 words and actually I think I'm on chapter 46. Made really fast progress. There's quite a few chapters in there where my mega readers didn't really have anything to say, like to change the story. They were just like into the story, so they're leaving comments about what they liked about the story. So I think that was like last 10 chapters basically. So I'm like, yay, I really do love this book too. So I think I left off here with Grandson. I think I'm going to run for food this next one. And then Devin, I'm going to SNHU, Southern New Hampshire University, online for my creative writing degree. They're nonprofit, so they'll source your transcripts for you for free if online classes are your thing. And Deshley says, I'll keep an eye out for the pop-up sprint. Thank you. I appreciate that. So if anyone new came in, I think I'm probably going to do another sprint when I get back from my doctor's appointment because I need to hit my hours. We've done 4 sprints today, and I didn't hit a full 60 minutes on all of those because some of them, I personal hygiene stuff I had to take care of, go get more coffee, that kind of stuff. So just a few minutes taken off here or there. So I really have like 4 more hours I really need to hit. So I'll probably come back and do another sprint as long as I don't feel like just mind wiped after going to the doctor. This is my first time seeing this new doctor. It's the same office, but my doctor left last year. Her husband was military and they got orders to PCS. So I got a brand new doctor I'm meeting today. So hopefully that goes well. Lest I toss this book out the window. So I shall be in all the sprints. I appreciate that, Deshley. Deshley, wanting your teeth, your book through the nearest piece of glass is deeply relatable. Toss, maybe. I'm wanting to toss your book through the nearest piece of glass is teeth. I went to yeet, not teeth. Blech. Okay, yeet. Okay. Also, hi, JC, my love. And thank you, Gwenna. It's good to know it's normal. I think so. I felt this way about my last book, not this one that I'm working on. This one I feel is really good. But my last book, geez, that thing, I don't know. I never felt good about it. I know people like it, but I never felt good about it. LOL. Happy. Hello, Aphrodite. I still need to, I have not forgotten. I need to connect you with Emma from last night. I did talk to her after the stream and she was like, yes, please connect me with Aphrodite. She seems real cool. I don't remember the word she used, but it was something along those lines. So I'm going to do that email later today. I was just like kind of done because it was, holding an interview is a lot of mental work. And I was just like, I don't want to be on my computer no more. I left my computer after I got done I talked with Emma for a little bit after Charm Chats last night, but then I was done. But I've got to connect her with you. And JC, I got to connect you guys because JC won Emma's book. So it's a pretty edition of the book. And JC won a print paperback version of it. And she's also going to get a signed ebook version of it. So Tish says I'm back from lunch doing more editing. Awesome. Gwenna. There we go. Wrong inflection of the voice from JC. Hi, Paula. Hi, Shannon. Chat, just popping in. Hug like that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Have a nice day, all. Getting the kid from the bus stop. All righty. We'll see you later. I missed you. That was like 15 minutes ago, but thank you so much for being here. Elsa says, I wish everyone a wonderful day filled with creativity and magic. I'll be doing some relaxation before I head off to bed. Well, thank you so much for being here. That was also like 20 minutes ago, Elsa. So I appreciate you being here. Thanks for the sprint, Shannon. Mara says, ended the stream with a total of 1,085 words. Nice words written. Also took a shower and got some cleaning done. Thanks for the sprints. Well, thank you so much for being here. That was a very productive day for you. Thank you for the sprints, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day and have a great day. It's a great place to end it. All right, I will catch everyone later. If I don't sprint later today, I will be back tomorrow with the strictly time sprints, 3 hours, and then 5-minute breaks in between. So, all right, thank you, everyone. See you later.